Hello, everyone. Welcome to Wind Down Wednesday. We have the lovely Leandra here with us today once again. If you guys are not already aware, Battle of the Booktubers has begun. Leandra, of course, is one of our lovely competitors. The link to the playlist for week one is down below in the description, as well as Leandra is also linked down below. So if you are not subscribed to her, definitely go subscribe to her. I will let her introduce herself, even though she was here last week. There may be some friends in the comments that were not here, so feel free to introduce yourself.
Well, just as a motorcycle goes by, I'm sure everyone heard that. Anywho, hi, I'm Leandra the TBR0, and yes, I'm one of Nell's competitors. But you'll all have to wait until the end to see if Nell and I are truly the big head honchos for this competition. Maybe it's Lotta and Katie. I don't know. They could be sneaky and actually doing a lot better than us because we don't know anything. We all
Right.
that we recommended books, we read them, and Danny does math. And that's how it does. That's how it works.
Pretty much.
So, and also Danny did a poll in her community
Yes,
tab.
I saw that.
So if anyone after watching week one has like an inkling of who they think should win or is gonna win, you can go to Danny's tab and like put a vote in. So because she's been watching and seeing as people like first and go down and up.
Yep.
It's super fun.
I was watching it yesterday, and I think when I looked at it yesterday, the option that had the most votes, I think, was you. You were gonna win.
So Danny told me that, but then when I saw it, you and I were head to head.
Oh, really?
Or it was it? Okay, so no, I talked to Danny about it, and you and I were head to head. But another time I talked to Danny, she was saying that actually the one that was winning was I don't know. There's like that vote. There's a choice of being like I don't know who to choose, and I guess most people are choosing that one, which is like fair. It's week one. Like we don't know what's happening.
I loved it for the poll. She put the Bad Girl of BookTube. That is my new favorite thing. I'm obsessed with that. If you guys are not familiar, Leandra has unofficially changed her name from Leandra the TBR0 to Leandra the Bad Girl of BookTube. And that is my favorite thing.
That's why I'm wearing like a crew neck that's cloud. It's just like a fun little cloud. And I'm like, no, I'm bad. I still gotta work on the image, but we'll get there.
Let's see. How's everyone doing in the comments? What are you guys doing? What are you guys reading? What are you guys drinking? How's your Wednesday? Let us know. I am drinking the rest of. So last week I bought like the 4-pack of like these little bottles. So I drank 2 last week, and then I have to drink the other 2 this week. So that'll be gone, and I'll have something new to drink next week. But I'm drinking it out of my new glass. You guys probably cannot see what this says because why would you be able to read it?
I can't read it, but what does it say?
Yeah, so it's from the party that I went to on Thursday was at the Lockwood Mansion, and the name of the party was Till Death Do Us because it was wedding themed. So it was Till Death Do Us party. So yeah, these were like the souvenirs with these little I don't know if these are wine glasses or champagne flutes. I'm not really sure what this is, but super cute.
Yeah, they do look like a flute, or have you ever seen people with sherry glasses of sherry? Is that also the Lockwood Mansion? Is that the image on there? I was like that. I think I recognize that opening.
Yeah.
I recall a time when Catherine hung out there. Good times.
Yep. So yes, I'm so excited to finally get to put this to good use.
Also,
I was going to say, would you like to tell the people what you're drinking, what you're reading?
Oh, well, okay. So I am drinking a Guinness, but interestingly, they make non-alcoholic ones. And the reason why I'm doing that tonight is because I'm editing. And I don't think that we should be drinking while we're editing for the public. So that's what I'm doing. I'm editing for now. But I also, so for those of you who are participating in the Amazing Readathon, they just dropped the 5th prompt. We're in Cape Town, and so I still need to. I gotta pick my travel book. I put in. I've got a Patreon, and so they're voting for my travel book right now. Well, we'll see if they choose the one I want to read. Like I have one in mind, but I don't know if it's winning or not. So in the next hour, that poll will close, and then I'll tell you what I'm reading. So,
fun. Yes, for those of you who don't know, Leandra is one of the hosts for the Amazing Readathon Team Spooky. So if you are interested in participating, again, go subscribe to her. Go watch Bree's video if you're not already set up to be on a team. I vote for Team Spooky.
Me too.
But let's see what's going on in the comments. Coda said, "What's over?" So I don't remember what I titled this sprint. I think it says something
sad
like
it's over.
Yeah, something like back from Mystic Falls, so sad it's over. So I went to Mystic Falls, aka Covington, Georgia, on Thursday, and I came back on Monday. So that's what's over. It's the fact that I'm no longer living in my dream world. It's so sad. Can't wait to go back. I'm probably gonna go back. I was tempted to go back later on this year, but I think I'm gonna try to wait and maybe go back in the beginning, like the first half of next year. But I'm so obsessed with that town. Like, it's so cute. Everyone's so nice. Like, all the workers and all the different restaurants. The food is so good. The drinks are good. Like, it's just such a nice place. Like, I was my last day there, I was going around handing out bookmarks for an event that's happening in September. And I had gone to some of the because there's some places in the square, like where the clock tower and the Mystic Grill are. There's like some tour places there. And so I was going around to the different tour places, like giving them, bookmarks that, they're interested because they work there. Obviously, if you work for a company that does tours for the Vampire Diaries, then there's a pretty good chance you're a fan. So I was giving them like bookmarks, whatever. And I went into like 2 different stores and they were like, "Oh, like, do you have more? Like, we'll just put them up here at the register." I was just like, "That's so nice."
That is so nice. Well,
Yeah.
it helps them because they're like, yeah, like we've got this extra bonus for people who are having fun here and want, so like I think it's one of those things where it helps everyone if you promote everyone,
I agree.
Yeah.
I love it. So yeah, if you guys are ever in the area, definitely go check out the Alley Shop, which is like the gift shop that is under the Mystic Grill. If you guys have ever seen the show, there's literally like the alley that is next to the Mystic Grill. That is a real thing. And that's where the gift shop is. And then there's also across the street, there's a place called Main Street Trolley Tours. They're amazing. If you ever go there, I highly recommend their tours. If you ever go, tell them that I sent you. I think it's Brad and Kelly were the 2 that I met there. So yeah, shout out to Brad and Kelly. They're amazing. But yeah, that's what's over.
It sounds like they're also not too touristy. Like it's still like a really place to hang out and be there. Like they've got the tourism there, but like it's not like the town is a town. Like
I think that they're like used to it at this point. They're used to like people like me coming and like fangirling, so they're like not phased by us anymore.
Yeah, they're like, "Oh, it's just them.
It's just one of them." Let's see. Literally, why is YouTube always hiding you from me? On Wednesday, your friends show up on my homepage every other day of the week except Wednesdays, apparently. I don't know. I bet you Nightbot is behind it. He's a little sneaky devil. He probably has something to do with it.
Yeah, we'll see if he shows up or if he late again.
Hello, Stacy. How are you? Welcome. What are you up to? Hello, Elises. Are you working, Elises? Are you off? Let me know. How's your Wednesday going? Let's see. Hello, Jess. Listening to a vital constellation of phenomena and knitting a grandma's blanket. We'll probably DNF the book. Oh no, it's for the amazing readathon at 51%. It's kind of boring. What team are you on, Jess? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah, I can't remember.
Yeah. Hello, Glenda. How are you? Going to be continuing Clockwork Angel. I'll be having water because it's 85 degrees and I'm prone to migraines when it gets hotter than 75. Totally understand. Let's see. As for how I'm doing, I got some sad news I'm technically not supposed to share. Oh no. But our retina specialist put his 4-month notice in and he may have put me in He may have put me in OT every week, but he's really grown on me. Oh,
that's sad.
I just put a message in Team Spooky asking for help to pick a book.
Oh, well, I'm off to go check it out.
Hello, Jen. I'm at a T-ball game spectating. Not reading at the moment, but go Team Spooky. Yes. Support Team Spooky.
Woohoo! We're tough. We're mighty. We're doing our best. We got knives. We're having a good time.
Hello to Lexi, Alice, Jessica, and Stacy. Go Team Fiction. Let's get lit. I love that hashtag, Glenda.
I know, Glenda. And Glenda is so good about using it. Like whenever we have, like tar sprints, she's like, "Let's get lit." And I'm like, everyone knows that Gen Fish, that's their hashtag. We don't have one for Team Spooky. I think we need one, but
yeah, we need to come up with one. Hello, Jean. I was living vicariously when you were touring Mystic Falls. I didn't see any pictures of Klaus or Caroline. So I didn't get any pictures with Klaus. I actually didn't. Klaus was one of the few people. Joseph Morgan was one of the few people that I actually did not get to talk to like one-on-one. I saw him, obviously he was there, but he was like on panels, like on the stage. I was never in the same like room with him, like close quarters where I could like talk to him. But I did get to talk to all the other siblings. I got to talk to Claire, who plays Rebecca. I got to talk to Daniel, who plays Elijah. And I got to talk to Nate, who plays Colt. So I got to talk to all the rest of the siblings. But I did not get to talk to Joseph because he was, you know, in other areas compared to where I was. And Caroline was not there. Caroline told us months ago that she wasn't going to be coming because she's filming something and her film schedule conflicted with the event. So we knew she wasn't coming. And then Nina, who plays Elena, she was supposed to be there, but she actually got into like a motorcycle accident like a week or two before the convention. So obviously she was not able to come unexpectedly because of that. So that is why you didn't see any pictures of them.
I didn't realize that about her, Nina Dobrev. Oh my gosh, I hope she's okay.
Yep. I'm going to start my Leg 5 book. Ooh, what book are you starting, Jean? Let us know. Hello, Jean. Just signed out. Awesome. Love that for you. Hydrate and walk around and subscribe and hit the like. Who needs Nightbot? I know, right? Thank you, Jean.
Yeah, thanks, Jean. Also, Elise's, you can join at any leg you've signed up for. So since you signed up now, you don't have to backtrack. You can just join at leg 5.
Yep.
So that's the one kind of perk. Last year they made you start all the way at the beginning, which was, you know, tough.
Yeah. Hello to Glenda. Hello. Hello, Dakota. What team are you? I am on Team Spooky. I am failing Team Spooky miserably, but now that I'm back from my trip, I have a lot more time. Sort of. There's some drama going on with the house situation. I was really hoping that by the time I came back that the house would be like at least halfway done and I could like move into half the house, which is where like my bedroom and stuff is, and maybe the other half they could be working on like while I'm in my bedroom. But it turns out that there's something wrong with like the pipes in the house or around the house or something. So they have to dig some kind of hole around the entire perimeter of the house to go in there and fix the piping, which means that all of the work that they've done thus far, they have to undo. So they like patched up the holes in the wall. They started putting the floor down. They painted the walls. Now they have to tear the walls back out and pull the floor back up so that they can dig and do whatever they have to do with the pipes and then basically start all over again. So
oh my gosh,
there's a lot of work that I have to do in terms of like moving stuff, because the plan was to move everything from one half of the house and just shove everything over to the other side until this half was done, and then shove everything on this side so that this half can get done. But now that they have to dig around the entire perimeter, everything has to get moved. So that's a lot more work for me. I have to move a lot of like furniture and just books, like just everything has to be
storage, like finding a place to store everything.
Yep, exactly. So that is probably going to eat up a lot of my time. My plan was when I came back, I was like, oh, I'm going to be able to go home. I'm going to be able to read books. I'm going to be able to edit videos. And then I come back and they're like, we basically have to start all over. And I'm just like, great. Love that for me.
Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted to hear.
Right. Love that. So yeah, that's the update on the health situation. So eventually I'll be able to go home one day. In the meantime, I am just trying to focus on work, focus on getting everything ready for September. The hosts are slowly but surely lining up. I think I'm waiting for a response from maybe like 2 more hosts, and then we'll be ready to get moving and grooving and get everything ready for September for you guys, which I'm very excited about. But yeah, so I'll read when I can, but a lot of the time, for at least the next week, it's going to be me moving stuff up and down the stairs, in and out of the house, from one side of the house to the other side of the house. So fun stuff.
Okay, maybe you can do some audio booking.
Yeah,
you can, but honestly, whatever. Life happens, and you're not the only one. A lot of people on Team Spooky keeping like, sorry, friends, I'm still in Buenos Aires. I'm like, that's okay. Like we're just trying. It's fine. Yeah.
Once I actually start, so I'm gonna be starting Alone with You in the Ether. Once I finish this will be my 3rd book, because I read them out of order. So
Yeah.
I'll be caught up at least to the third leg once I finish this book.
Woohoo! Yeah, we'll take it. No worries.
I'll go ahead and say I'm on chapter 11 of Fire Exit by Morgan. Is it Talty? I've never seen that name before. Not familiar with that author. Listening to the stars in your eyes in, is it Kaysen Calendar for sightseeing? I have not heard of either of these books. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Stacy said, I'm getting ready to watch Detroit Tigers, and I'm going to be reading The North Wind by Alexandria Warwick. Very nice. What great host. Hello, book friends. Hello, Rally. Cooling off from my walk. So hot out there. Yeah. It actually didn't start out too hot, but I feel like by the time it got to be like 4:00, it suddenly was like super hot. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I had to run out to the post office really quick. I got there at like 4:58. Like I was like, "You're closing in 2 minutes. Please take my package." And I was like, "I am sweating. It's the hottest it's been all day, and it should be cooling down by this point." But
Exactly, it was very strange because I feel like it was nice and cool in here, and then like 3:30, 4:00 hit, and suddenly it was like hot. And I thought the hottest part of the day was supposed to be between like 12 and 2. So the fact that it was like the hottest at like 4:30, I was like, what's going on?
Yeah, very weird.
Go Team Romance. Can't even believe I'm saying that. Yam just said he's leaving, but management told him not to say anything to anyone, and he told his scribes, but like, I don't want to go through another 6-month breaking in period with a new doctor. Yeah, I definitely understand that. When you get comfortable with someone, even if it's someone that you don't really care for, it's kind of like the devil you know. So like, you just kind of get comfortable. You don't want to have to relearn how to work with a new person. So yeah, I definitely get that. Hello to Elise's. Hello to Coda. Hello to Riley and Jean and Lexi and Glenda. Hello to Riley and Stacy. Hello, Coda. I will rewatch your sprints. Yes, Coda sprints. I think, what is it, from 9 to 4 or 9 to 4:30 Eastern on his channel or on his channel. I'm not sure what time it is for him because I know he's in Central Time or Mountain Time. I can't remember, but he's like 2 hours.
Mountain? Yeah, I think Colorado.
Yeah.
So
yeah, if you want to subscribe to Coda, definitely go check Coda's channel out. Hello to Rally. Hello to Jean. It's kind of been hard to be online lately, but I will also be going back to watching your vlogs. Pride Flower. Oh, yeah, I forgot it does this sometimes where like when you put emojis, it like doesn't know how to do the emojis, so it'll like write out what it is.
I don't understand why that happens because it's so weird.
StreamYard is weird. Message me anytime, Rally. Thank you. I'm going to start the Surviving Sky criteria available at my library. Oh, I haven't heard of this. Huh. Interesting. What genre is this, Jean? I have to walk everywhere right now. It was like 96. Whoa. I hope that you stay hydrated.
Yeah.
That is intense. See, the sun rays are the strongest between 10 and 2. Hottest time of the day actually tends to be between 3 and 6. Oh.
It's like residual, probably.
Yeah.
Because it like takes, reaching us.
Yeah.
And
that makes sense. Thanks for that, Lexi. Start at 9 Eastern. Oh, it's 7 a.m. Okay, I didn't know. I couldn't remember if he was 2 hours behind us or 2 hours ahead of us. I couldn't remember. That clears that up. Thank you very much. And with that, we have reached the end of the comments. So we are going to jump into our first sprint. Let's see. They are calling for genre for surviving. Oh, science fantasy. Interesting.
Oh, okay. A bit of a genre blend and SFF.
Yeah. Science fantasy is one that you don't hear about too often. So that's pretty cool. Nice. All right. Let me figure out where I put the timer on my screen. There we go. All right. I will see you guys back here in an hour. Happy reading. And we are back. How did everyone do? How did your reading go? How did you do, Leandra?
Well, I have about like 5 minutes of editing left. So I'm
Nice.
very close to being done. And I also didn't think I should check my poll to see what book won.
Yes.
Looks like it was the mountain setting one. Because I told them it was like an island setting, a New England setting, or a mountain setting. And I can't remember what the title is. It's like called something like a woodsy murder or something. It's like a cabin in the woods, in like the California mountains. So it's an arc that I need to read anyway.
Nice.
Perfect. You know what? Sounds good to me.
Awesome. Love that.
Mm-hmm.
I did not read. What did I do? That hour went by really fast. I'm not even sure. Let me move this camera because the sun keeps
You are
showing.
glowing.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to stop the sun from like glaring on the camera. But yeah, that hour went by really fast. I know that I sent some messages for the readathon stuff. But outside of that, I don't really remember what else I did. Oh, I was looking up stuff about like Zoom and WebEx and stuff because I want to. You'll see when you go into the chat and Instagram. But I'm trying to figure out how to set this up, and I was trying to figure out like because I don't have like a paid account for Zoom or a paid account for WebEx, so I was trying to figure out like what can I do with the free plan. So I'm trying to figure out how to do something. But yeah, that was basically what I spent that entire sprint doing.
Okay, interesting. I'll have to see if see what you were trying to do. Maybe I can troubleshoot with you. We can figure out what we can do.
Let me see where I think. Do we leave off here? Maybe. I only know about the sun rays because I burn in 15 minutes. Oh my gosh. Well, I heard that anything past, what is it, SPF 50, I think, anything higher than 50 doesn't even really work. So, like the ones that are like 75, they like don't really do anything more than what 50 does. So it's kind of like it's like a gimmick to get you to like spend money on something that doesn't really do anything. So you'd be better off just going with the 50. I think it's 50. It could be 30. I don't remember.
I've heard that it's more all about like the reapplying. Like like no matter what, you need to reapply at the same amount of time anyway. And like these higher SPF numbers isn't actually effective. So like it's more on you to just keep using it. Like so if you use 30 and you use it at the times that you're meant to, then it's supposed to work just the same as anything else. To my understanding of it. Yeah. So it's like these people always try to take our money.
Yep. And then I think too, they say that you're supposed to get I forget what the term is for it, but you're supposed to get the one that blocks like UVA and UVB, and not all of them, I guess, do both. Like some of them only do like I guess UVA or something like that. So like that's another thing.
Which is frustrating. It's like why would I want all the protection? Like why? Like what are you talking about?
Exactly. And then I remember there was like this big thing. I think it's still a thing. It's just not something that people really talk about anymore. But at one point they were making a big thing about like, especially like the aerosol, like spray sunscreen. I think like the lotion ones too, but I know like it was like just a bigger thing when they were talking about the spray one that it has like benzene. So, like there are certain, it's like Aveeno something, not the brand, but like there's like an ingredient that has like some kind of like benzene in it that's like cancer causing, which was very like counterintuitive because the whole point as to why people are wearing sunscreen is to protect their skin so they don't get skin cancer. But then the ingredients that are in the sunscreen causes cancer. So it's very confusing. I forget. It's like the chemical one. So usually if I wear sunblock, I try to do like the mineral sunblock, not the chemical sunblock, because I would rather not get cancer, Yeah,
just in general, all of the above.
Right.
All of it.
Hello, Christina. I'm reading Don't Fear the Reaper. Nice. How are you liking that? Have you read that?
Isn't that by Stephen Graham Jones?
I think so.
I think Christina's tried this author before and it hasn't worked out.
Yeah, I'm also not a huge fan of Stephen Graham Jones. The books that I've read, I didn't enjoy, but I haven't read this one. So I would be curious, Christina, to hear, whether or not you think it's good, whether or not I should check it out. But yeah, my experience, not a fan. I hate knocking like BIPOC authors, but I just can't get into his stuff.
Actually, to be honest, his Only Good Indians, I ended up unhauling that mainly just because the same thing. I was like,
oh my gosh, what happened? We lost her. Oh no.
Hello. Sorry, my Wi-Fi must have just like cut out. StreamYard's like, don't you dare talk about Stephen Graham Jones. Like, how dare you? Anywho, basically I decided to unhaul it because I know I'm like, if I try this, I'm either going to DNF it because the trigger warnings, the content warnings are just not up my alley. But also, if I read it into its entirety, because I know I'm not going to like it, like I'm just going to give it a negative review anyway. And I'm like, why am I doing this so I agree with you.
Yeah, that book has a lot of mixed reviews. There are some people that are like, oh, I love that book. And then there are other people that are like, I hated that book.
Yeah. In my unhaul video, the most comments were about that title and everyone being like, yeah, when they were like, yes, I understand why you want to unhaul it because I was like, I cannot deal with the amount of, I think, like animal death, and there might be like violence toward like, like actual brutal scenes with it. And I was like, I can't do it. I was like, I want to support this author, but I can't. I know that that's not going to work for me. And a couple people were like, oh man, I'm sad. But also, yes, like that sounds like the right choice for you because of this. I think even Jess from the Hex Library says she still has like nightmares from it.
Oh my gosh.
Or she still like the scenes sometimes just like pop into her head and she, hates that. And I'm like, nope, no, thank you. I'm okay.
Fair enough. Yes, I saw the unhaul. I was a little bit crushed when I saw the 7.5 Deaths of Evelyn Hardcastle, but I knew it was coming.
Yeah, you knew. And it's going off to a home where someone might like it better, so it's fine. Yeah, that's why we unhaul. It's not against the author. It's not against the book. It's, if we think about it, we're giving the book another chance elsewhere. So yeah. I knew. As soon as I thought of you, I was like, as soon as I lift this book up, I'm like, if Nell watches this video.
You were like, yeah, this one is going to be, like, people are going to be mad. I was like, I know what it is.
Oh, well.
Hello to Christina. Hello, Paco. How are you? How's your Wednesday going? Hello, Quinny. Welcome. How's your Wednesday? Hello to Paco and Quinny. Hello, Glenda. Maria has joined us. Always so nice seeing y'all together. I'm starting another one of Leandra's favorite guitar, Extra Normal by Alice Marshall. Nice.
Ooh. And I have it right here, actually. Well, it's under quite a few books. I would represent you, Maria, and I would pull it out, but it's like right there in the pile. But it's a very cute middle grade.
It's like Jenga.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, all of it's going to go down. This is not going to be fun. So yeah, but it's a really fun middle grade, and it's got some good representation. Like there's adoptive rep, there's also a deaf character. Yeah, and like kind of like a mixed cast of characters as far as diversity goes. So yeah, I hope you enjoy it. If not, it'll be a quick read.
Check that out. Is it a cozy mystery?
No, so it's middle grade horror.
Actually. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So yeah, it's a middle. All right, I'll do the Jenga.
I might have to add this to my TBR. Hold on, let me see if Libby has it.
Yeah, so it's this one.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, it's really cute. It's by Kate Alice Marshall, and it's super short. Like if you look at it, it's really short. So yeah, a lot of people are reading my host favorites this week. I feel like, which I don't know. Maybe it's just all working out. I did pick a lot of short books. So I don't know, Maria, if you're doing it for sightseeing, or there are like, it would fit the prompt for the fifth city technically, because there is a certain item on the cover. But
yes, I just added it to my want to read list in Libby.
Ooh, yeah. I mean, I will say I did it on audio, and the audio was really quick and fun. So yeah.
Very cool. Nice. Taking my book with me down to the water. Ooh, the community. Oh, down to water the community community garden. Oh, that's so lovely. Holy timer, Batman. Did something happen to the timer?
I don't know. Did it like scare you?
I don't know.
It was kind of
Sometimes
like a
the timer
gong.
like disappears or something. So I don't know if it like did it freeze or something. I don't know. Sometimes I'm not at the computer screen, so I don't always know what's going on.
Yeah, I didn't notice.
Took a shower and ate some dinner. Salad with spaghetti and garlic bread. Nice. I might eat dinner during the next sprint.
I think I'm gonna do that too, actually.
Quinny also ate some dinner after hopping during the last sprint. That seems like it was a dinner sprint for a lot of people. Got to page 102 of Fire Exit. Nice. I made a ham sandwich. Yeah, after joining the sprint, yeah. Hello, Jojo. How are you? Welcome, welcome. How's your Wednesday going? Hello, Jamie. Just got back from my sister's place with 2 more bags of sci-fi books in case I run out of options among my own books. Yes, as if we run out. I don't think any of us would ever run out of books.
I know, especially I know because some people, I'm sure Jamie's also prepping for Face Off weekend, so making sure you have all the book options.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh! Yeah.
Hello to Jamie and Jojo. Reading Lord of the Empty Isles. I haven't heard of this. Have you heard of this?
No, but it's a really good title.
Yeah, interesting. Let us know more about it, Jojo.
Yeah.
I burn faster with lower SPF, so my brother and I always have used the highest ones because we'll turn red in 5 minutes with 30. That's fair. That's fair. Maybe it depends on the person. But yeah, I want to think it's 50. I want to think that they said that anything over 50 really doesn't do anything. So like when you get like the 75 and 50, I think do the exact same thing. But a lot of times 75 costs more. So it's just a way to get extra money from you.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think it was 50 where they were like 50s does the max. Basically.
Yeah.
They're like anything higher is not actually relatively going to do much, I think.
Hello, Glenda. Jojo said, I burn regardless. My skin hates sun.
Same.
There was some studies recently that most of the U.S. sunscreens are less effective than the U.K. ones. I completely believe this because there are a lot of ingredients, and this goes for like the food too. There are a lot of ingredients that the UK does not allow in their sunscreen, their skincare products, their food, their beverages, that in the US, they're like, go for it. Throw it in there. Why not? Which is why health is so much worse over here. There's so much obesity and cancer and heart disease and all kinds of things in the US because they just let us eat anything. They let us consume anything. And when you're talking about like skincare, lotion, sunscreen, your skin is your biggest organ. So when you're putting it on your body's absorbing it. So you might as well be eating it. It's basically doing the same thing. So yeah, that I am not surprised by that. The UK's products definitely have better ingredients than the US's products, which is really sad.
Yeah, or I've heard things where we talk about something and Brittany's like, oh yeah, that's not legal in Canada. And I'm like, perfect. Right.
Yep. Hello, Kayla. Just joining in, sipping on raspberry iced tea and reading Mistakes We Never Made by Hannah Brown. Okay. Have you heard of this one?
No, but it sounds like maybe like a thriller.
I like this title.
Actually, this entire comment makes me think of summer. The raspberry tea, like everything. Yeah.
Very summer vibes. Let us know, Kayla, what genre is this book? Because I like the title. I could get into that. Hello, Alicia. Just joining, finishing dinner, spaghetti. Another spaghetti.
It must be Spaghetti Wednesdays.
I know, right? I feel like last week, a couple of people had spaghetti last week too. So I guess this is like turning into a thing. Wine and spaghetti. I finished The Fine Print, 5 stars. Now reading a nonfiction about budgeting and also finishing up Crush. Ooh. So I have not read The Fine Print. Have you read The Fine Print?
I haven't, but I've seen everyone like talking about it. Is that the billionaires?
Yeah, Dreamland Billionaire. I want to read that series. I haven't gotten around to it. And to be honest, I don't know if I will get to it this year, but it's definitely on my list of like series that I want to read. So I'm glad that you gave it 5 stars, Alicia. That gives me hope that it will be good. But I'm curious to know, what is the nonfiction book about budgeting that you're reading? I read last year. I think I started in November and finished it like in December. But it was called Money the true story of a made up thing. It was by Jacob Goldsmith, Gold something, I don't know. But it was a really good book about like money and like how money has evolved and how it only has meaning because we give it meaning and it actually doesn't mean anything. And kind of like the evolution of how it's changed over the years, going all the way back to like the Han Dynasty up to like present day, like crypto. It was a really good book. Very dense, but I really enjoyed it. I highly recommend if you were interested in like finance and like money and stuff like that, definitely check that out. But I'm curious to know what book you're reading about budgeting because I have to check that out. Have you read Crush?
I haven't read. Do I read? No, I haven't read Crush either.
I haven't read it, but I think if it's the book that I'm thinking of, I think that's like part of the Crave books, I think. I'm not sure, but I want to.
It does say it says that there is a book called Crush. That's the second book in the Crave series by Tracy Wolff.
Yeah. So I'm assuming that that's the one, but it could be another book called Crush. I don't know. Hello, Kiana. How are you? How's it going? Happy Wednesday. What are you up to? I'm hoping that by now you're off work. Hello to Queenie, Jamie, Jojo, Alicia, and Kiana. Hello to Kayla, Alicia, and Kiana. Hello to Coda. Hello to Kayla. Hello to Coda and Glenda. Hello to Coda. It was was it?
I didn't hear. I didn't notice it being loud, but I did notice the sound, like being like a gong or something.
Huh?
So, no.
I don't even hear anything on my end. Huh? And the sound is turned off. That's weird.
That is weird.
Maybe was it the? Are you talking about when you say the sound? Are you talking about like the time, like when the timer was up, the sound that it made?
I heard a sound when we came back. Like it was like gong, like it was like one high, like one pitched note. That's what I heard, but I don't know. Now I'm wondering if the people at home are hearing.
Yeah, I don't know. I missed all of that. I didn't hear anything. 33% into my Cape Town book will definitely be DNFing, unfortunately, once I get to 51%. Also knitted for a rose. I love the productivity though.
Yeah, good job with there. And then you're really close to being able to DNF it, actually.
That's one of the things that I like about September is that it gives people the option so that they are not forced to make it. Like if it's just so unbearable, you can still like tap out before 51% and still get some type of partial credit for what you did. Because I know it can be rough when you're reading a book that you really don't like, but like having to force yourself to get to 51% just so that it doesn't go in vain. I understand the struggle.
Yeah, that's when you almost just like, especially if it's an audio, just walk away. Like let the audio play. You're kind of listening, and you're just like, whatever.
Right?
Yeah.
Hello, Megan. How are you? Happy Wednesday. What are you up to? I was also sitting cross-legged, and now I'm seizing up. Oh no!
Oh.
Yeah, I'm starting to get to that point too, where like when I sit cross-legged too long, either my legs fall asleep, or when I go to stand up, like my hips and stuff are like really tight.
Yeah, I get the kind of like the cracks going, and you're like, oh God, how old am I?
Hello, Kelsey. Reading Air of the Sun and Moon for Rainy and Katie's book club, and it also hits the current TAR prompt, so it's a win. Nice. Awesome. How are you liking it? Are you reading this for their book club?
I'm not reading this for their book club. Okay. I don't have time for anything beyond listen, my idea of even like making a TBR this month, I'm like, am I silly? Like, what am I like? I wait for the prompt at this point, and then I'm just like, what do I have? So no, I was able to fit Powerless. I think that was the only.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, the only like priority read that I had to read this month, and then I had a buddy read with Danny, and I made it a sightseeing prompt, like because we were reading it like little by little every day, and I was like, we're just gonna do it that way. But everything else is just random. So yeah. I don't know what team Kelsey's on though. Kelsey, what's
I'm assuming if I had to guess, I would say she's probably either on romance or fiction. That's just a guess, but I don't actually know. Yeah. Speaking of prompts and book clubs, if anyone, I don't know if it'll fit any prompts, but on, let me see what date it is. The 23rd, I believe, June 23rd, is the live discussion for Alone with You in the Ether, which is why I'm reading it now, because that is my book club pick for this month. And we'll be live discussing it on the 23rd. So if you guys have read it and want to talk about it, or if you guys are going to read it and want to talk about it, the 23rd is when we'll be discussing it.
Very nice.
Lexi said, well, it doesn't help that some restaurants give way too big of portions. Like, did you know that an extra large drink at KFC is half a gallon? Oh my gosh. Did not know that they did that. Granted, I don't really go there. Yeah, same. I don't really eat at KFC. KFC's food does not, I can always tell when places put like additives, or especially when they put like hormones and stuff in their meat, or sometimes in their vegetables, because my face will break out. And that's how I can always tell. And KFC is one of those places where if I eat their chicken, it makes my face break out. So I haven't been to KFC probably in like 10 years.
Yeah. I don't eat fast food really because I don't know. I just don't think to do it. It's also like actually pretty expensive. Like, I feel like fast food is actually not cheap. So when you think about it, like if you're going to eat, like I'd almost like once in a while do takeout to like a nicer restaurant. Cause I'm literally only spending a few more dollars compared to going to like McDonald's or something.
Yep.
But also, with sizes. I remember when I was living in Europe for a time, when I'd come back, you would get like reverse culture shock, especially with sizes. Like I would get like a small coffee or something, and I'd be like, oh shoot, I ordered a small, and they're like, yeah, that's a small, and I'm like, oh, because it felt like a medium. You know what I mean? Like every size felt like a different size. So it's really strange because I was so used to like a 6 ounce being like a small, and it's like, no, like a small is like 10, 12 ounces depending on what you're buying. And it's like, that is kind of crazy. And that's how they justify it being so expensive because they're like, oh, well, we're giving you so much. It's like, well, I don't want that much. I'm okay with spending less. So anyway, it's very weird.
Yeah, same thing with the food. Like I remember the first time, not the first time, it's only been once, but I remember when I went to Paris, we went to like McDonald's. And I forgot what we ordered, but I remember like looking at we ordered like a medium fry or something, and it came out what looked like to us a small fry. And we were like, oh, like we ordered a medium. They were like, yeah, that's the medium. We were like, oh, we had gotten so used to a medium being a certain size. And we went over there, like everything was smaller over there food wise. That was also a big culture shock because we were just used to because we were also kids. We were like, I don't know, 10 or something. So at that point, you're growing, you're eating everything. So yeah, it was definitely a culture shock when you get like these little teeny nuggets and like the small fry. We're like, we want more.
Yeah, like wait a second.
Wednesday is my leftover day. Nice. Yeah. I like that.
That tracks. That makes sense.
It's a romance. Oh, okay. You know what's funny? I kind of thought about that only because the title sounds very similar to the Knock 'Em Out books that Lucy Score does, like Things We Never Got Over, Things We Left Behind, or whatever. It kind of like felt like a similar title. So I was gonna say romance, but I wasn't sure, and I didn't want to sound stupid, so I didn't say it.
Honestly, these days it's just like, well, you could guess like 5 different genres, and it works. But that actually, now that you say that, it does track with matching a romance, especially of like a certain kind of maybe suspenseful or drama kind of filled romance, that kind of thing. Yeah.
The nonfiction book I'm reading is You Need a Budget. Ooh, okay, by Jessie Meckham. Nice. Okay, I might have to check that out. I think that I'm pretty good at budgeting, but I wouldn't mind reading a book to see if there are some other strategies that maybe I am not implementing that I could incorporate. I love the fine print. I have book 2 and 3, but haven't read them yet. Surprise. The fine print is one of my Roman Empire book series. Oh, wow. High praise.
Okay.
It's a sci-fi insular fugitive. Oh, my gosh. A death curse, and I'm only 20%. Wow. That's a lot so quickly. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's the book that has Empty Isles. What is it? It was, I'm going to have to look that up.
Yeah. You'll have to let us know, JoJo, once you finish it. Do you recommend it? Because it sounds like there's a lot going on, which could be a good thing or a bad thing. I feel like sometimes if a book or even like a movie or whatever has like too much going on, then you don't get like the details aren't fleshed out, or some things feel like they've been like cut short. Like I always think about Spider-Man 3, like the original Spider-Man 3, not like the Tom Holland version, but like the OG Tobey Maguire. I love Spider-Man 3, but I also can admit that there were too many villains in the movie. There was too much going on, and you really didn't get like what you really should have gotten from each storyline because they were trying to cram it all in to like an hour and two, or 2 hours or whatever. So yeah, sometimes it can be a bad thing when there's too much going on. So you'll have to let us know, JoJo, what you think. Hello to Megan, Jessica, and Kelsey. I'm on a debt-free journey. I only have student loans and 2 credit cards left to pay off. And yes, Crush's Book 2 in the Crave series by Tracy Wolf. And this is my 3rd read-through of it. Oh, nice. Awesome. I love that you are on a debt-free journey. I love that. I have accepted my fate, and I'm probably going to die with my student loans. And that's okay. My student loans and my TBR can be besties. They will both go with me to the grave. It's fine.
Yeah, just never ending. It's fine.
Right. Hello, Sarah. Reading Glow of the Everflame this evening. Nice. I like that title. It sounds very fantastical.
It certainly does.
Yeah.
Plot twist. It's nonfiction.
Hello, Dakota and Glenda. The timer scared me. I was just not. Oh, okay. So it must have been when it ended, like the noise saying that it ended was what he heard. I thought that he was saying that there was music playing like during the sprint.
Oh.
No.
And that's happened to you before too, actually. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hello to Sarah. Hello, Dakota. Oh, look who's joined us.
Well.
All right. I'm enjoying it. I'm only 5% in, though. I mean, hey, the fact that it's off to a good start already and you're only 5% in, that's a good sign.
Mm-hmm.
And she's on Team Romance. I figured. Hello, Dakota. Hello to Kelsey. I just ate some wings. Gonna hang out with my dog for a bit, and then I'll be reading Happiness Falls. Nice. Did they do, I don't know if you know, did they do the live stream, like the book discussion for Happiness Falls? I think it was the Sibs book club was reading this.
I
don't know if they have their
think
discussion.
so. Were they reading it for June?
I don't remember.
I know, I can't remember either. Either they just had it or they're going to have it at the end of June. That'd be a good, it's a good question.
Yeah, because if they haven't had it yet, then Megan, you're in luck. You can participate in the discussion. But they may have already had it. I'm not sure.
You can always watch after, though. You can
That's true. That's true.
The author is going to be on there, so
yeah, you can always watch the replay. Yeah, that's a good idea. Hello, Dakota. Hello to Glenda. I love me some wings.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I just finished My Heart as a Chainsaw and loved it. Okay. Is that Stephen Graham Jones? I didn't realize that he wrote that. I have been wanting to read the book for a long time. I didn't realize that he was the author. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got past the part that I had issues with, hoping that it was a fluke. Okay.
Oh, perfect. That's good to know.
Yeah. That is definitely a book that I've had on my TBR for a while. I didn't even realize that he was the author.
Mm-hmm.
Hello to Glenda and Kiana. Made egg roll in a bowl for dinner. It was good. I'm really glad I used low sodium soy sauce and low sodium beef broth instead of the regular version. Yeah. I support this. Hello, Dakota. Thank you, Christina. Hello to Christina. I gave my book club. Oh, I have my book club meeting now. I'll see if you guys are still here when I get back. All right. Hopefully we're still here. We'll see. Have fun. Hello to Maria. Enjoy your book club meeting. See you later. Don't even have a drink. Coda, you're slipping. Yes, they did. Oh, okay. So they had it already. Okay. Well, like Leandra said, you can always go back and watch the replay. Hello to Christina. Hello to Maria. Also, hi to all the beautiful people here. I will say it's been up and down journey, but I'm in a much better place now than I was 2 years ago. I started with over 100,000 in debt. Only have 40,000 left. I love that for you. That is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
I wish I was you. I wish I had that in me. I started with close to, I think I started with 75 maybe or something like that. I think I'm at 80 now. So it's gone up.
I know with the interest and everything.
Right,
It's
exactly.
crazy. And it's one of those things where I was talking to a friend of mine, and she and I got the same degree. And she was in a fortunate place where she was an only child, and her parents were able to pay for her, so they just paid for her college, so she was debt free when it came to undergrad, whereas like I'm still paying. And so now we talk about it sometimes, and I'm like, I am arguably paying more for the same education that you paid for, only because it's taking me longer. And I get that that's like interest and loans and whatever, but I'm like, I feel like ethically that doesn't make sense. Like we got the same information, and yet I'm paying more for it. So it is kind of an odd system that we just had forever. But I'm like, this feels weird that I'm equally qualified, and yet
I
I
agree.
had to pay more than you. But anyway.
And it's also strange that like we sign up for this at such a young age. Like I didn't understand what student loans were when I was filling out my FAFSA. I didn't know what interest was. I didn't understand how loans worked. Obviously at 30, I totally get it now. But when I was 16 and applying to college, I had no concept of what any of this meant. And so I feel like maybe they shouldn't have 16, 17-year-olds doing this because we don't know what's going on.
Like it doesn't like should a 17-year-old be like, yes, I'm gonna spend $40,000 a year on something? It's like,
right.
Really? Do they have the concept of money? No.
Right.
Crazy.
We're making promises about things that we don't even understand.
Yeah.
Probably need to change the way the system works. I've read everything dealing with budgeting to learn and include new methods. Okay, nice. Yeah, I'm always open to hearing new ideas, new tactics to tackle your debt. But yeah, at this point, I've kind of accepted it. We was still hot out there. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm hoping that it'll cool down at least in maybe like the next hour or so. And yes, thank you guys for being here. It means so much that you guys are hanging out. Hope you guys are having a good time and relaxing. Sips water and Gatorade. Hey, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. So glad you had some good news happen while all the chaos is happening for you. I hope it all goes well. Yes. The trip was amazing. I'm so glad. Also, I don't think that I mentioned this earlier, but I was fortunate enough to get one of the cast members of the show. I'm not going to say a pronoun, but they, because I don't want to give it away, they will be making an appearance in one of my videos. The video probably will not come out until September, because obviously with the readathon and everything. But yes, I will be having a cast member make an appearance in one of my videos. I was literally like in shock, couldn't breathe, like wanted to throw up. All the feelings were happening at the same time when they recorded the video. I was like, shut up, this is not happening right now. So yes, good news there.
So exciting, cool.
Those interest rates is a part of what fuels me to pay everything off. I started with Dave Ramsey's method, and that really helped. I tried to start with that. Like, I think one of the methods was something like pay off the one that has like the highest interest rate first, which I definitely agree with. I do think that's a smart idea. But I think that when you owe so much, it's hard to, because I feel like when you're paying the one that has, for me at least, the one that I think has the highest interest rate is also the one that is like the most expensive. So it's like you feel like you're chipping away at it, but like you're not really putting a dent in it. Meanwhile, all the other ones are piling up. So
yeah, and most of them still require you to do monthly payments.
Exactly.
So it's like I have to allocate money towards these smaller ones.
Yep.
And there's also like, this is the years where we should be starting 401ks and Roth IRAs, and it's like, where can I put all my money? Because like it is really overwhelming, and we also just aren't prepared enough. Like we really should be given more financial education in like middle school, high school, and everything like that, because like you just don't know which fire to put out first, or which one to, like, should I allocate to my Roth IRA, or should I be for future retirement, or should I try to lower this interest rate that I'm getting? It's just it's crazy.
Yeah, that is so true. And it's so strange that, and I don't know if it's the same way in other countries, but I feel like that's one thing that I hear a lot of people say is like, oh, like we didn't learn like financial literacy in school. We didn't learn how to do our taxes in school. Like they taught us about, the wars, or they taught us about like, I don't know, random stuff like in biology, or you had to take a foreign language or whatever. But like things that are like can put you in jail. Like if you don't do your taxes right, you can end up in jail. Like nobody teaches you how to do these things. And so to have these teenagers signing up for loans when they don't even understand what they're doing is kind of crazy.
And so many people who are getting cars, like I worked in the car industry, and I'm like, so many people who are entering these doors to buy a car, to lease a car, they don't know anything. And I'm like, I'm sure so many of them are getting terrible deals because they're not the like vernacular and the understanding of like what they're signing up for.
And you think by now that they would incorporate that into the curriculum, but I feel like it's still not something that's like a big thing. I feel like you have to like specifically opt to take like a economics elective or something in high school, if that's even an option at your high school. I feel like that should be a mandatory class that you have to take because it's something that you need to know in order to properly adult.
I agree. So that's our 2 cents on that.
Right. No drink. What about 240s? Are you ready now?
Switching to my water because this is what I have left.
I will just say no. I'm not going to tell you who it is, but no, it is not Damon. Damon was another one that I did not get to talk with. I did get to talk to Stefan. I also got to talk to Stefan's girlfriend, like Paul's real girlfriend in real life, not like, but like his real girlfriend was with him when I got to talk to him. But I did not get to talk to Damon. I saw him again. He was there, just like Klaus. He was there. He was on the stage. He was part of the panels. Got lots of great video footage of him up on the stage, like talking. But I didn't get to talk to him like one-on-one. So no, it was not Damon. I feel like America has significantly higher education rates. Here, their average is like 20 to 40,000. That's probably true. That is probably true. That's such exciting news. Yes, I was blown away. Like I couldn't believe it. I was like, this is not happening right now. I will not answer this question or this question or this question because the more I answer them, the more it'll give away who it is. Yeah, just process of elimination. So I'm not going to answer it, but I will just say that it wasn't Damon because I did not get to talk with him. And I already said that I didn't get to talk to Klaus. And I already said that Caroline wasn't even there because she's filming something right now. So after that, I won't answer anymore because I don't want to give it away. So it hasn't officially been announced, but there is a readathon that is happening in September that is based very obviously at this point on the Vampire Diaries because everyone's dropping the character names in the chat. But yeah, it is Vampire Diaries themed. You don't have to have seen the show to participate. It is still a readathon, just like any other readathon. So you're reading books, getting points for your team, trying to get the most points in the end. But yeah, it's themed off of the Vampire Diaries. So if you are a fan, it'll be even more fun. If you are a first generation college student, your parents don't really have the insight. Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, that's a good point. True. Yeah. I'm not a first generation, but for some reason it still seemed like my parents didn't quite understand how it worked.
Yeah, my parents, I was a first generation. So yeah, they didn't know what was going on. None of us did. It worked out, but I was like, we were lucky I went to a state school, basically. I'm like,
right.
Ay.
Yeah. I did get to meet Rebecca. I will not say if that's the person or not, but I did get to meet her. I did get to talk to her. She was very impressed. I haven't posted the picture of her. I did a picture with her and Elijah, but I didn't post it on Instagram yet. It's going to be a separate post. I'll do it later this week. But she was very impressed because the dress that I wore in the photo that we took together was inspired by a dress that she wore on the show in season 3. And so in the picture, you'll see Elijah is like, it looks like he's like talking to someone off camera. And he almost looks like he's kind of like angry or something. Like me and Claire are like, hey, and like he's over there like, oh. But it's because he was saying to the crowd, like, look at this girl, like she's wearing, the dress or whatever. So yeah, I did get to meet Rebecca and Elijah. They were really fun. Dave Ramsey says, smallest to largest, regardless of interest rate. To you, feel that accomplishment, yeah, but it helps you keep going. Yeah, that's true. That's also a good tactic too, to try to tackle the smaller ones and kind of just knock them out and get them out of the way. That is also a strategy. Yeah. I also got to meet Haley. She was lovely. She was an absolute sweetheart. Oh my gosh. She's so precious. Like there are some people that are like you can tell they're a little more like it's funny because you don't always think of like actors as being like introverts because what they do is get up on the stage and perform in front of like thousands of people. So you don't think of them as being introverts. But Haley, Phoebe Tonkin, and Klaus, Joseph Morgan, both of them seem a lot more introverted than some of the other cast members. And it was just, she was a joy. She was so sweet, so kind. Love her to death. Ohio has a requirement that to graduate, you have to take a financial literacy class. That's genius. All of the states need to implement that. All their states take notes.
Yeah, if you're watching.
My son just talked with his school counselor today to set his classes for the next 2 years, and he's taking personal finance just for that reason. That's awesome. And see, that was a class that wasn't even offered at my high school. So even if I knew to take it, it wouldn't have been an option for me.
No, we had like business class, but if you were on any type of advanced placement course, like you weren't taking any of those electives. You didn't have time to. So that's also doesn't make much sense. But
and at my school, I went to like a magnet school, so you had like a major. So there was a business major, but if you weren't a business major, then you couldn't take the business classes. And I was a culinary major, so there was no way for me to do the business classes doing my culinary classes. So yeah, kind of a bummer there. Lexi said, my teacher made us learn how to do income taxes by hand. That probably was a pain at the time that you had to do it, but I'm sure it has like benefited you in the long run. So lucky you. Absolutely agree. Some life skills would help a lot of youth, especially these days with how things are. Yeah. I had to try. You tried it. My family and I followed Dave Ramsey for a long time to pay off our credit card debt. It was hard, but so worth it. Yeah. That's one thing that I am glad that I don't have. I don't have credit card debt. I've never really had credit card debt because the only time I use my credit cards is to buy things that I know I already have the money to pay for. So I could use my debit card. I choose to use my credit card because then it builds your credit when you use your credit card and then pay it off. So that's almost why I use it. I'm so thankful that I'm in public service because some of my loans will get forgiveness. But as a teacher, there's no way I'd be able to pay mine back as a teacher. Yeah. I recently started working in like, I don't know if it's considered public service, but I work for a nonprofit now. So I think that I think you have to make like 10 years worth of payments or something like that. So maybe in the next 10 years, if I stay with this company, I'll be able to have my loans forgiven. We'll see. Hello, Paula. How are you? Welcome. It really is. Yeah. Hello to Glenda. I'm so thankful. Oh, wait. I think this comment was part of it. Yeah. I feel like schools don't focus on helping children with life skills anymore. I agree. Because like I remember watching like TV shows from like the 80s and they have like home ec classes and stuff like that. I didn't have home ec when I was in school. We didn't learn how to like, other than the fact that I like went to culinary school, I would have never known like how to cook or how to sew or what else they do, like family planning where they teach you how to like put a diaper on a baby. Like I see these things on TV. I didn't have any of that stuff in my school. No. Did you have that stuff?
No, I didn't have any of that. I mean, I remember in middle school, we had, what was it called? It was called Family and Careers. It was our like home and careers switch or something like that. And we kind of learned how to sew. I remember we learned how to write a check, but I don't know. So it was helpful. I still write checks. Like that's how I pay my rent. So there are moments where that's really beneficial. But yeah, in high school, they just were like, no, we don't need to help them anymore. Like, okay.
Yeah, I've never written a check. I've never even owned checks before. I've never had a reason to own them. I've never had a reason to write one. So if you handed me a blank check, I wouldn't even know what to do with it.
Oh my gosh. I mean, it makes sense. More often, the only time I've ever had to use checks is with like rent and that. And like and before I got Venmo, I'd be like, hey, like if I do like a friend's trip, I'd be like, so I'm going to be bringing a check. And everyone's like, okay, Leandra. And I'm like, oh, I have these checks. I'm going to use them.
My high school had accounting, but no personal finance. But they had class about childcare and the robotic life, like babies. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. So Alicia had those kinds of classes. I've only ever seen that on TV. I've never actually seen it in real life. As someone who graduated from an Ohio for high school, I guess like an Ohio high school, I was still clueless when it came to taxes. They did car loans and we looked at schools, but nothing with interest in personal loans.
Okay. It's also just so individual. Like, doesn't matter what state you live in, what county, who your teacher is. Like, all of our educations are so specific that it's really tough. Yeah.
You would think that they would have included business with culinary. What if you wanted to open a restaurant? And I thought that too, because what's funny is that my senior year, well, every year they do like the Pro Start competition, which is basically, there's like two parts. There's the actual like cooking part of it, and then there's like the management side of it. So you'll have like a team where they actually do like a cook-off where they're like cooking different foods or whatever, and the judge taste tests everything, whatever. And then you have the management side of thing, which was the team that I was on, where you basically come up with a business proposal for a restaurant. And you have to like map out everything from like the name of the restaurant, what types of floors you're going to have, what kind of toilets you're going to have, what the menu is going to look like, where you're going to source your ingredients from, like everything had to be like thought out. And we weren't like business students. We didn't take any business classes. So there was a lot of like individual like research that we had to do on our own to be able to put together this proposal. Wherein if we had taken some business classes, like if that had been an option for us, that would have been a lot more helpful for the competition that they sent us to. We placed first in states, but we got to nationals and we got crushed. It was helpful. For a semester, we had to pretend that we had rent and bills to pay, and we had to keep our checkbook balance. See, I feel like that's a really good activity. I really like that. Very useful. Even two-parent homes are not teaching life skills or manners for that matter anymore. I hate that it would even fall on teachers. They have so much to deal with in their field. Yeah, that is true. That is true. Yeah, it's all good. No worries, Kayla.
It happens all the time.
Hello to Paula. No one trying to be teachers, doctors, or psychologists anymore. They are so needed and in person. Yeah. Everybody wants to do like virtual jobs, which I get it. I definitely understand the benefit of having a work from home job. And teachers and doctors, those jobs are very demanding. I think a lot of people don't do the psychologist piece because from what I've heard, I don't know how true this is, but from what I've heard, being like a psychologist and like a counselor and stuff like that, it doesn't pay as much. I think you get paid more if you're a psychiatrist, but that means you have to go to med school, which a lot of people don't want to do for the same reason as to why there aren't so many doctors. Med school's hard. Just like law school's hard. A lot of people don't want to do that. And it's also expensive. Going back to the whole like loan thing, it's also really expensive.
Yeah, that's true.
Hello to Christina. They also took us to two different events our junior and senior year where it was basically doing a life board game in real life. Well, that sounds fun. What school did you go to? We might need to take a trip. Sounds like a lot of fun. Home ec did not teach me anything I could use in my real life. Oh no. Granted, they didn't know that the event our senior year was literally the same thing we did our junior year. We all finished within an hour because we knew how to finesse the system. Paula said never had a credit card. I had those classes, but I'm old. You're not old, Paula. I'm feeling old, but I still budget with a pen and paper and budget breakdowns and everything. I do too. When I do my budgeting, I do write it down first, like by hand, and then I go in to like my bank accounts and I'll set up like automatic deductions, bill pay, automatic transfer, stuff like that. Otherwise, between all the different things that I have to pay, I will forget to pay something. So everything's set up automatically. But I do go in first and like write down by hand, like how much money I want to put into my IRA or how much money I want to put into this savings account or how much money I want to put to my student loans. Whatever. Like I do go through and do that by hand first. I don't know. I'm just more of I think better when I can like write it down. So.
I do that too. They say it's good for your processing to write it down, actually.
Consumer math was offered when I went to school. My son could take that too, but they said he would be bored since he is advanced in math. That's why he's taking. Oh, okay, personal finance. Nice. Good for him.
Mm-hmm.
I will say the financial class Ohio requires now is fairly new. Like my class was one of the first classes they made. Oh, okay. I mean, that's good. At least they're implementing it. At least it's a start, you know? Better than nothing. A high school I now work for in Florida teaches financial literacy through playing the board game Monopoly. Oh, okay.
Oh, well, it can be like a good stepping stone.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I know all of the basics: budgeting, cooking, cleaning, parenting. I have 2 under 7. Car maintenance. I do your own oil changes and tire rotations. Okay, Alicia.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Independent woman who don't need no man. I love that for you.
Woo-hoo.
I cannot do the car stuff. That is one thing that I can do.
Yeah, I also just recently got my first car, so I'm very new to having to deal with the whole car maintenance thing and everything. So yeah.
Hello, Bryce. Joining quite late, but I'll be reading The Charm Offensive. Nice.
Ooh.
I have not read this, but I hear great things about it.
Mm-hmm.
Going into the nursing field. I love that. Nurses are another profession that they definitely like need more people, just like doctors and stuff like that. Like nursing is definitely a really good field, and they make good money. I will say that nurses,
especially traveling. If you're a traveling nurse.
My best friend is a travel nurse, and she's been to Arizona. She's been to Cincinnati. I think she's in New York right now. I think she's going to be moving to Jersey. So she's been all over the place, and she loves it. She hates it in New York right now, but once she leaves New York, she'll be fine. Hello, Bryce. Hello, Glenda. Teachers are so underappreciated. You think that parents having to homeschool kids during COVID would make them realize how much they do. You would think. But I think there are still a lot of parents that don't, like you said, don't appreciate how much teachers really do. We had a home ec room, but they took it out while I was in high school and made it the teacher's lounge. Oh, wow. I live in the area that the show Glee was set in. And yeah, all the areas high school did life. Oh, cool.
That's fun.
That's
a
really
fun
neat.
game.
Yeah. Speaking of Glee, I got to meet Cord Overstreet. If anybody knows who that is, he was also at the convention, so I got to meet him.
I saw him on your Instagram, and I was like, "What's he doing there?"
So he performed. He's like the person that did the song that they use in I think it's the finale of the show. So the last episode of the last season, he's the one that sings that song. So they brought him to perform it. He performed a bunch of other songs too, but like that was the reason why they brought him, was because he's one of the artists like on the soundtrack for the Vampire Diaries. So yeah, that was pretty cool. I have a video on my channel about me doing an oil change and a tire rotation. I might have to check that out. We had to learn how to drive a stick and drive. Yeah, that's another thing. My school didn't have like driver's ed. I had to take driving like classes at like a separate place like over the summer, because we didn't have like driver's ed. Did your school have driver's ed like in school or whatever?
We had it for summer, so if you wanted to take it over the summer, but obviously that's dependent on people's abilities to do it. Because I also remember you had to like, I don't think they had any like busing to pick you up. So it means you had to have someone drop you off to then take driver's ed, because you can't drive. And I was like, it's such a weird system. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Yep. But when it was free and part of the public school, we had to know how to check the fluids. Oh wow, yeah, that would have been a class that also would have been helpful, but I did not have that. Hope you're okay, Kayla, with the flooding. Oh no, yeah, Kayla, I hope you're okay. I didn't know there was a flood warning. Stay safe. But I have a friend that came to help when I got a flat. He made me do it. That way I would learn. That's a good friend. At least they came. They were there in case you couldn't get it, but they also gave you a little bit of tough love and taught you how to do it, so that if it happens and the next time they can't be there, you're not just stranded somewhere. Right. Alicia, I love that. She better get it. And with that, we have made it to the end of the comments. We're going to jump into our next sprint. Let me reset the timer. Up. And I will see you guys back here in an hour. happy reading. And we are back. How did everyone do? How did your reading go? How did you do, Leandra?
Well, as you can see, the positioning is different because you're on my computer again. I am no longer editing for you. I still have to like do the final watch and upload and everything like that. But I finally have been able to read on these sprints.
Yay! And
Yeah.
what did you end up picking up again? What did they vote for? I forgot.
So I haven't started it yet, but they voted for A Very Woodsy Murder. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, it says to solve an unbearable crime. Unbearable, get it? There's a bear. She'll need a room with a clue. And yeah, apparently it's supposed to be super fun. I'm into the idea of an outdoorsy, like cozy mystery. We'll see how it goes. Cozies can be really hit or miss for me. I love mysteries, but the cozy subgenre. Yeah, like there are some.
I thought cozy was like your thing.
So cozy, I think, is my thing, but not cozy mystery. Like I like cozy sci-fi. I like cozy fantasy. I've decided those two things. I really love them. Cozy mysteries. There are a couple series that I like, and some that I'd be willing to try. But more often than not, I think what's cozy for me is the historical mystery. I think those are cozy for me.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, just because I think there's a difference between cozy and corny, and I think cozy mysteries can be corny sometimes, which people love, but I think I get tired of. So we'll see how it goes. Yeah, I think it's confusing because I love cozy things. Like I love a lot of cozy genres, but I don't think cozy mystery for some reason. It's
Interesting.
Weird. Yeah.
Huh. Okay.
But what I am, speaking of cozy, I'm reading I think the third book in the Bunnicula series, which I was reading last week on your channel. It's so fun. It's such an easy, quick like read, and it's been really cute. So yeah, I've been having a good time with it.
Nice. I'm glad that you're still enjoying it, that you're still reading the series.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm obsessed. Like it is so fun. I'm like, why did I not have this in my childhood? Like I know it existed, but for some reason I didn't know about it.
Love that. I read a little bit during that sprint, not a whole lot. I think I read for maybe like the last 20-ish minutes of the sprint, because the beginning of the sprint, first of all, I got distracted on Instagram for like the first 10 minutes. And then when I went to go feed my dog, I started talking to my mom about the whole situation with the house. And U-Haul is giving us a hard time because we tried to order like one of those like U-Haul like pod things that you can get put in like your driveway, whatever. So that we can move all the stuff out of the house and put it in the pod while they do whatever they had to do, and then we can put it all back. But something happened. I don't really understand what went wrong, but like the pod is ordered and we paid for delivery, but the movers that are supposed to be delivering it asked us if we paid for a truck, and we were like, no. Was the truck separate? Like, was the truck not included with the delivery? Like, how else was the pod supposed to get here if it wasn't?
How were you going to deliver it?
Yeah. So trying to figure that out. So that took up a good chunk of the sprint. We still don't have an answer, but that's what we were talking about, was trying to understand, like, did we do something wrong, or like is someone confused somewhere? Like we don't know what's going on. So hopefully by tomorrow morning we can figure it out, because they're supposed to be coming tomorrow. But right now nobody knows. It's like the Spider-Man meme where everybody's like pointing at each other. Nobody knows like who is supposed to get the truck that's supposed to deliver said pod. So yeah, that took up a good chunk of the sprint. But I did start reading Alone with You in the Ether. I'm a little bit confused about this book. Have you read this before?
No. What's the genre? Like, what is it about?
I don't even remember what the genre was for this in terms of why this got picked. I wonder if I can find out. Like, what was this even nominated for? I don't remember. Let's see. It's not a series. It's not mental health. Yeah, I don't even.
It says a love story. Oh, by Olivia Blake, the author of the Atlas. What is it? The Atlas Complex? The Atlas.
The Atlas 6. Yeah. It's not a graphic novel. Is it mental health? Maybe it's mental health rep. Okay. I mean, I don't know what it's about,
Oh, okay.
but
I
each
see
month for my book club, there's like a theme. So the theme was mental health rep, and
Mhm.
so that was a book that got nominated for that. I have no idea what the synopsis is for this book because a lot of times I just go into books blindly, but I
Mhm.
don't understand the setup of this book, and I don't know if anybody in the comments has read this and maybe can explain it. But it's like the way it's written. It's written almost like it's a play, where it's like there's a person who's like telling you what's happening. It's like, oh, Sarah like gets out of bed and puts on her slippers,
Mhm.
and then cue the lighting or something, or cue the music or something, and it's like, okay. But then there's also narrators, so there's like a narrator who's
Mhm.
narrating the narrators. Like I'm a little bit confused. I'm only
Yeah.
like 5% in. I'm a little bit confused about the setup of the book. I'm interested.
Mhm.
I'm intrigued by like what's happening, which not much has happened, but it just feels very like philosophical right now. So I'm
Mhm.
kind of enjoying that aspect of it, but
Are
I
you
don't
only
understand
doing
this.
audio or do you have the
Yeah, for
physical?
now, yeah.
And then you know what? That's sometimes like I've realized audio is lovely. It's honestly it's become one of my favorite ways to consume books, but depending on
Mhm.
how the formatting is on the page, when you're listening,
Yep,
you can't see it, so you don't
yep,
know what it's supposed to look like, and you're like,
yep,
"What is going on?" Yeah, so I'm wondering if it's a situation like that where it's broken up in a way where you can it
yeah,
helps you digest it. I don't know.
yeah. I don't know. That's where I'm a little bit confused.
Even
I'm
get
like, I
maybe get a sample. You know how like Amazon you can like flip through the first few pages, maybe just see what it looks
don't.
like, and then you're like,
Mhm.
okay, that's what the formatting is, and maybe that can help.
Yeah,
Sometimes I do that just so
yeah.
I can get a taste of what the writing looks like before I keep listening.
That is a good idea. I did not think about that. But yeah,
Mhm.
I was just like, I don't understand the setup here. I like it, but I don't understand it.
Yeah.
Let me see. Where did we leave off? I think it was here, maybe.
We were talking about education.
Or, yeah, jumping on the four-way. I think maybe she was talking about when her friend had to help her with like her tire. Alicia
Oh,
said, "Yeah, we were getting a lot of thunderstorms this week." Oh,
okay.
interesting. Is that normally the case? I thought that Florida usually got a lot of their storms and stuff like later in the summer, like September time. Is it normal to get stuff this early in the summer?
That's a good question. I know some people in the Amazing Readathon Discord, a couple people
Mhm.
in Spooky were saying, "Hey, is anyone else at risk of flooding right now?" So there's some
Oh,
things are going on.
interesting. Okay.
Mhm.
Let me see. I was not exactly strong enough. Oh, to do the tire. Yeah,
Mm,
tires are heavy.
yeah. Hmm.
There isn't much I can't do. Yes, I love that. I
Oh
love
yeah.
that.
Hmm.
I feel very similar, except you lost me at cars. Anything that has to do with cars, I'm not the right person to call.
Hmm.
If
No.
it involves cars, or if it involves using like a chain, not a chainsaw, but like one of those like electric saws or a drill. Those are the three things where I'm not your girl. Anything else, I can probably like go to YouTube University and figure it out. But saws, drills, and cars, nope.
Yeah. No. Like, and I feel like I could be good with like a manual, like a hammer. But
Yeah.
if it's like if you got to plug it in, I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
someone's gonna lose a finger. I
Yep.
don't. As soon as electricity is involved.
Uh-huh. Yep. Like
Yeah.
I got you with like a hammer, a screwdriver, a wrench. Like I
Mhm.
got you. But when we have to get into like drills and stuff, yep, you lost me.
Same.
I live right outside of Orlando, and we're safe. But I was visiting Ohio, and my plane was delayed 2 hours because of all the rain. Yeah, when I went down to Atlanta on Thursday, it was raining when we got there, and
Yeah.
then I think it was raining a little bit when I left on Monday. So yeah, there's been a lot of rain recently. I wonder what that's all about.
Hmm.
We had a mandatory shop in home ec in middle school, seventh grade. Learned some great recipes and basic sewing. Ooh, and plumbing, electrical, and carpentry. Nice. That's awesome,
Hmm.
Jingle. Schools need to take note. Yes, stay safe to all of those that are in Florida for sure, and any other parts of the country that are experiencing any kind of like flooding and storms and stuff. We'll learn how to make an orange juice, really, an enchilada casserole and really nice fluffy pancakes from scratch. Nice.
Sounds lovely.
Yeah. These are the skills that kids need.
Yes.
I'm going to say goodnight. Glad I got to drop in and say hi. Good night, Paula. Thanks for coming by. Have a wonderful evening. Good night, Paula. See you later. Cherie is here, celebrating my new job of tequila, but still reading Curvy Girl Summer. That's so much fun. Very exciting. I hope that you're enjoying it, being in a new place. Hopefully it's everything you want it to be. Hello there, Shireen. Congratulations on your new job. Thank you. I'm very excited, as you should be. Hello, Courtney. Work sucks. So happy to see you guys. Yes, we are glad that you are here. We're glad that you are out of work, that you can relax now. You're away from that, what is probably a toxic day. You can decompress and just relax with a good book, binge watch, fall asleep, get some rest, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Cherie, you getting free tequila now? Love that. Hello, Courtney. Sorry to hear about work. Yes. Work can be a lot, especially because I know Courtney works in like the healthcare field. So yeah, I imagine it could be kind of tough some days. So glad that you're home and you're able to relax a bit. Hello, Scarlet Moon. How are you? Welcome. No, not a tequila. Drinking tequila instead of wine. Hello, Rachel. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Yes, today it's been pretty good. Today was my first day back to work after the trip. So I was in meetings most of the day, so I didn't really get to do much actual work except catch up on emails and sit in a bunch of meetings. So I'll take that as a win.
So that's kind of funny. And so was I. I was coming back from vacation from last week, and today I finally had my Zoom meeting with my boss, and it was like a 2-hour meeting, and I was like, yep, we've got a lot to catch up on. Yeah. Great.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And I haven't even had a meeting with my boss yet. I'm thinking that maybe our one-on-one is probably tomorrow. But today was just like a bunch of like just meetings that were already scheduled from before I left. A bunch of like projects and trainings and all kinds of things. So it's like, well, I will sit in these meetings and I don't have to do any work.
Like, all right, I'll take it.
Right, exactly. Like I said, got to page 100 in Clockwork Angel and did some cleaning. Nice. Christina read 3 chapters. Excellent. Alicia said, got my kiddos to bed, switched to my laptop, updated my reading planner, and typed up some story notes and made a list for my trip. Nice. Very productive. Excellent. Hello, Rachel. Julie is here. Hello, Julie. Had a little break from reading and now trying to settle in to read a bit before bed. Nice. See, just joined, so I only read 14 pages of What Souls Are Made Of by Tasha Suri. How are you liking that book? How far into it? I know you said you only read 14 pages, but how far into it? Are you just starting? You've just read the first 14 pages? Or are you, have you gotten a decent way into it? What are you thinking about it? How are you feeling about it? Let us know. Flooding always a threat near the coast. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Walked to the gas station and back. Got a Gatorade, so it's freaking hot. Hello to Courtney. Rainy is here. Hello, Rainy. Welcome. I lived so vicariously through you this weekend. I was living for your stories. Yes, Damon was funny. They're all really funny when they're together. I think that's one of the things. Like, I will say that the panels that they did on Friday were not as good because the person that moderated the Friday panels didn't do a good job of moderating them. They were clearly very unprepared. They hadn't done their research. So they were kind of asking like random questions that like weren't really interesting. And also the questions were super long-winded. So the people that were on the panel like didn't even really understand what the question was for them to be able to answer it. And then also the moderator was one of the writers for Legacies, but the people that were on her panels were not characters from Legacies. They were characters from the Vampire Diaries and from the originals. And so a lot of her questions were like relating everything back to Legacies, which is a show that they were not on. So that
that they didn't see the production of. Yeah, they weren't part of the project.
So Friday's panels weren't great, but Saturday and Sunday's panels were amazing. Those were moderated by Leo Howard, who is on Legacies, but he was great. He's also from Disney Channel, which is where I know him from. He's gorgeous. Oh my gosh, he's so beautiful. And then Ariel, who plays Lexi on the Vampire Diaries, they were the ones that moderated the panels for Saturday and Sunday. They did a much better job. They definitely did their research. They got like the people on the panel to kind of talk about projects that they're working on or nonprofits that they're running or, you know, different things that were actually interesting. Mm-hmm. And when the cast gets together, they're so funny when they're talking to each other. Because I feel like sometimes it was almost as if they were in the room just by themselves, just like bantering and like riffing off of each other. And we were kind of just like flies on the wall, just kind of watching them interact, which was so much fun. Because they're really funny. Like they always are just like, you know, joking back and forth, like cracking on each other. Yeah. So much fun. And Damon is definitely one of them. Hello to Courtney. Hello to Rainey. Hello to Christina. Hello to Coda. Hello to Glenda. Rainey said, all I want to read is Glow of the Everflame. I'm obsessed, but I have to read A Court of This Cruel and Lovely for like 5, which means I also want to read Sigh.
Yeah, I saw that, Rainey, that you're like, oh, I'm reading this. And it's I think you said it was a Cassidy, it was one of Cassidy's host favorites. So I guess that's good. You're getting some GRC. But
Rainey always has a billion books that she's trying to read at once. Also, to fill my mid-year freakout tag, a little early to release tomorrow. I think I'm probably going to do one of those. I saw, was it Heather? I can't remember. Somebody posted theirs recently, and I was like, maybe I'll do one this year. I mean, I did one last year, but I wasn't really planning on doing one this year. But then I saw the questions, and I was like, maybe I will do it.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember if I did it last year. I can't remember if I did one last year. I know I did like a mid-year check-in video, like with my bullet journal, but I don't know if I did the freak out tag. I did it 1 year at least, but
Yeah, you might have to tag Leandra, Rainey.
Might have to tag me. Make me do it, Rainey.
Oops. Okay, 40% into it. It's better than the original Wuthering Heights, that's for sure. That's good.
Ooh.
Good.
Wow.
That's awesome. Hello, Glenda, Lachette, and Christina. Love Lexi. Yeah, she was so sweet. She was so nice. And I don't want to start a rumor, okay? You didn't hear it here, but I was just getting vibes that maybe, possibly, potentially, and maybe this is already public, or maybe I'm starting a rumor. So if it's not public, pretend like you didn't hear this from me. But I think that maybe something's going on between Ariel and Zach, which is Lexi and Matt Donovan on the show. I think maybe something's going on with them in real life. I don't know. I could be wrong.
You just were getting that kind of chemistry from them?
Yeah, I was picking up on some vibes between them during this past weekend. I was like, are they together? Is something happening here? I don't know. I don't know.
You heard it here first.
I know. Bonnie, oh my gosh, Kat Graham is the nicest human being that I've ever met. Like,
I'm not surprised.
The sweetest. Yes, the sweetest. And it's like, you would think someone with that level of like status. A lot of times people, especially when they have like a lot of fans, they want to try to like hurry up and get through everyone because there's a long line. They want to go home. But no, she wanted to go around and talk to everybody, take selfies with everybody, like ask you questions about like your life and how you're doing. Like she really wanted to like talk to us. And I was like, oh my gosh, you want to know about my life?
Like me?
Right. She was the sweetest. I could not believe. And we spent so much time with her. Her event was supposed to be an hour. It was supposed to be 7:30 to 8:30. We were there from like 7. We got in a little bit late. I think we got in around like 7:45. We were there till 11 o'clock at night or like 11:30. We were there for so long, just like hanging out, talking, eating. She did a Q&A. We sang karaoke. Like, it was great. It was so much fun. She's amazing.
Oh, that's so nice.
It really was a moment. Like that is something that I will never forget. Like the fact that how many people can say that they sang karaoke with Kat Graham? Like that was unreal. That was so amazing. And she's just as gorgeous in person as she is on TV. If anything, she's more gorgeous in person than she is on TV. She is truly stunning. And the fact that she has such like a beautiful soul to match, I'm like, oh my gosh, how is this person real? How is she? I saw your IG post and that. Yes, it was very fun. It was literally a dream. Also, Paul and Ian are the cutest bro couple. They really are. Them together. What's funny is that they didn't have any panels together. Every time they were on panels, they were always on separate panels. But they are so in love with each other that they always talk about each other. So when Paul was on his, I think this is on my story, but when Paul was on his panel, he kept talking about some commercial, I think that they filmed for Brothers Bond or something. And he was like talking about how Ian was like making all these faces in the commercial or whatever. And then they were talking about how Ian thinks that he looks a lot younger than he really is, and just like, you know, making a bunch of jokes and stuff. Whatever. Thing when Ian's on stage, he makes a bunch of jokes about Paul and his hair or how grumpy he is or whatever like that. So yeah, they are absolutely in love with each other. It's hilarious. Also, so Jelly, I would love to meet the Vampire Diaries cast. Yes, I highly recommend. If you guys ever get the chance to go. It is expensive. I will preface by saying it is expensive. Do not spend all of your money on this. Like, it's not cheap. But it is, if you can afford it, it is so worth it. Reading 5 currently, of course.
Oh my gosh.
It says 19, but you know.
Rainy.
This shocks me not at all. Okay, yeah, so it probably was Heather that I saw. I think that's the one that I saw. What exactly is a Meteor Freakout tag? So it's basically, I think it's like 8 questions or 10 questions. I forget. Maybe it's 12. I don't know. But it's like a series of questions where it's like, what's your favorite book that you've read this year so far? What was like the most disappointing book that you've read so far? What was the most surprising book that you've read so far? Who is like your favorite like new author that you've read this year? Like stuff like that. Kind of like you basically updates on your reading thus far for the first half of the year.
Yeah, and I think the last couple are just like in anticipation of like the next 6 months. Like I think it's one of them was like, what's a book that you plan on reading, you know, or a new release or something that you're excited for. Yeah, and usually at like if you go to someone's video, they'll have the questions listed so that you can use it. So yeah.
There you go. How is it mid-year? I'm still getting over Christmas. Well, don't feel bad because I just like a week or two ago, I posted a vlog that was filmed during Christmas time. So I'm right there with you. I can never do one early. I need exactly 6 months to pass. I feel that.
Yeah. And I feel like we do those things earlier and earlier now too. Like, because you want to like do it while everyone else is doing it. And then everyone keeps doing it earlier and earlier. And you're like, wow.
So true. It's almost time for Mid-Year Freak Out. I do love that one. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I was seeing some things and it just kind of seemed like maybe there was something happening. Now, I know that they did do a movie together. I forget what it's called, but they did a movie together. So I don't know. You know, you hear about, you know, stars falling in love on the set sometimes. So I don't know if they're just still in those, you know, in their character.
Yeah.
Or if the romance from on screen has transferred to off screen. I don't know.
Maybe. I mean, we saw it happen a number of times in this franchise. So
would it be the first time? I don't know. Give me Klaus or Elijah. Like I said, I didn't get to meet Klaus up close. Saw him from a distance. Saw him on stage during his panel, but didn't actually get to talk to him. But I did get to talk to Elijah, and he is so sarcastic. Also, since everyone here is book lovers, Claire Holt, aka Rebecca, loves ACOTAR. In case anybody was wondering, she loves ACOTAR.
Oh my gosh!
Talked about during her Q&A. We had like a whole conversation about how much she loves ACOTAR and that she loves the second book, according to Mr. Fury, the blue one or green one, however you call it. But yeah, she's a big ACOTAR fan. If anybody was wondering.
Oh wow!
Which I guess segueing one of the series. I haven't decided how I'm going to do it yet, but I think I might make it a mini series on my channel. but I'm going to be reading books that they recommended to me because I asked different ones for like book recommendations.
Mhm.
So that is a series that will be coming up later this year, probably in September. I'll be reading books that they recommended, and we'll see if I like them or not.
Oh my gosh, how heartbroken would you be if you're like, I hate these?
Honestly, I think that there's definitely going to be a couple that I'm going to be like, not a fan of, especially the ones that are recommended by the boys. The recommendation that the boys gave me, I'm just like, this is probably not my speed, but I'm still going to read
Yeah.
it.
Mhm.
Let's see. Well, Alicia, that's an old booktube tag with questions about your reading after half a year. Yep. It's popular, so many booktubers do it every year. Exactly.
Mhm.
Nell says, I don't know, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not confirming anything. This isn't like TMZ, but I know what I saw. And what I saw looked a little suspicious. That's all I'm gonna say.
Mhm. I know what I saw.
Love Lexi. She plays in a few Hallmark. Yeah, I think the movie that she did with Zach is a Hallmark movie. I think. Don't quote me, but I think the movie that they did together might have been a Hallmark movie. But yeah, I've loved Lexi or Ariel ever since she did The Uninvited. And I told her this when I met her. I was like, The Uninvited is a movie that every time I talk about it, people don't know what I'm talking about. It's such an underrated movie. But I remember watching that movie in high school, and it like changed my life. Like that movie was one of the first, besides like Scooby-Doo and like Courage the Cowardly Dog, like that movie was one of the first movies where I realized how much I love like psychological, like suspense thrillers. Because that movie had me so shook by the end. I that is a movie I will never forget. And I was just like, that movie changed my life. She was like, yeah, that was one of my favorite movies to film. I'm like, I'm so glad that you had fun filming it because I had fun watching it and I love it. And people should talk about it.
Oh, I'll have to watch it. I've never seen it.
It's really good. It's really good. I don't know how it's aged because it's, like I said, I watched it in high school, so it's older. But I was so blown away when I watched that as a teenager. Oh my gosh, so good. Did Caroline or Elena go? Caroline did not come because she had a scheduling conflict. She's currently filming something. I don't know what she's filming, but she's filming something right now. And so her filming schedule conflicted with the convention, so she wasn't able to come. And Elena was supposed to come. You said Elena will never will because of Damon in real life. Funny that you say that. Elena, aka Nina, was supposed to come. She was scheduled to be there on Friday. Ian was not supposed to be there on Friday. And then unexpectedly and sadly, Nina ended up getting into a motorcycle accident like a week or two before the convention. And so she was not able to come, obviously. And so then Ian ended up coming on Friday now that Nina was no longer coming. So.
The tea you are spilling. Oh, because I didn't realize, because I saw that he was there in your, stories, but I didn't even connect that, like, oh, maybe he wasn't going to be there if Nina was. And he's like, okay, I'll come. And it's like, what?
Yep. It was a very interesting thing, very subtle. But Nina was scheduled to only be there Friday, I think. And he was supposed to be there Saturday, Sunday. But then when Nina, obviously, for obvious reasons, backed out of Friday, then suddenly he was now there on Friday. So
he was suddenly available on Friday.
Yeah.
Oh my God, so awkward. And I don't know if it's them or it might be because they think the fans, it'll be weird if the fans see them both there.
It could be. I don't know. I don't know what the deal is. Would you believe 3 of them are the ones for something I need to complete soon? Ah, yes. I don't know when you guys start, but I'm excited to see it. There's also the Meteor check-in tag, which is similar but not the same. Some people find the other name rude. Oh, because of freak out. Oh, okay, I can see that. I never thought about that before. Huh. Good point. Good point. Go shower, but my room is listening. Cool. Needed to come out now. I have too many videos coming out in July. Okay, so they must start in July. Okay, so we must be June. They're July. Okay, got it. Gotcha. I will have to look these up. Rebecca will always be H2O mermaid for me. Also, it's crazy how Haley Marshall was also on H2O with her. Yeah, I think they did a photo op. I didn't get the photo op, but they did do a photo op where Phoebe and Claire were together. and everybody got to live out their H2O dreams, which was really cute. In hindsight, I'm like, maybe I should have done it. But yeah, and they talked about that. I forget who talked about it. I don't know if it was Claire or if it was Phoebe. I think it was Phoebe. I think somebody asked her, like, what was it like getting to work with Claire again? Because they basically have been kind of working with each other since they were like, young teenagers. And she was saying that they were friends the entire time. Like even once H2O ended, they still like kept in contact. They were still friends. They
Mhm.
stuck out, and they kind of were still in the same circles because when Claire started on the Vampire Diaries, Phoebe was doing Secret Circle, which I'm obsessed with. I still watch that show. That show only had one season. I rewatch
Mhm.
it all the time because I'm obsessed with Phoebe's character. I
Mhm.
love her character in that show. But yeah, they were filming both of those at the same time. So I think they were still kind of around each other a lot because
Mhm.
of that. And then Secret Circle got canceled, and then Phoebe ended up moving over to the Vampire Diaries where Claire was, and then they both ended up transitioning over to the original. So they've kind of like been together the entire time, and they love that for each other.
Hmm.
Gotta run. Catch y'all later. Not love, love. Bye,
Mhm.
Coda. Good night, Coda. Good night, Coda. Yeah, allegedly. Allegedly. I don't know. Good night, Coda. See you tomorrow on Nicole's friend. Oops. How anyone can deny Mr. Ian, I'll never know. Yeah, I mean, they are very different. Their personalities are very different. Nina is definitely more like wild, rambunctious, like lots of energy. Ian is also high energy, but Ian is also a little more like grandpa, like philosophical. Let's talk about life. And Nina's like, let's go out and rage. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they're just very
Yeah.
people. Oh, le drama. Yep. Le drama indeed. Hope Nina is recovering well. Yeah, I think while we were down there, she had surgery, and I think the surgery went well. I'm not sure if she has to have any other procedures.
Mhm.
But so far, so good. The recovery looks like she's healing well, which is good. July, so be ready. Okay. Okay. Took over the chat and made notes everything.
Mhm.
This is true, but I enjoyed every second of it. So sorry to everyone who cares not at all about the Vampire Diaries. Ask whimsical narrative about her connection to the. Ooh, okay. I will have to do that.
Hmm.
Interesting. Okay. Good to know. I'm going to start this comment. Good to know. And with that, we have reached the end of the comments. We are going to do one more sprint. This one will be a shorter one because it is getting late. So we are going to switch over and we are going to do a 30-minute sprint for this last one. So I'll see you guys back here in 30 minutes. Happy reading. And we are back. How did everyone do? How did your reading go? How did you do, Leandra?
Well, I ended up finishing The Celery Stalks at Midnight. It
Nice.
was super cute. The audio is really lovely. It's really sweet. It's a really fun middle grade horror, and I can see why it's a classic because it's written by the pets' perspectives, and the pets are hilarious. Like the humor can definitely also apply to adults. Like I feel like a lot of the humor probably kids wouldn't make sense of it, but maybe I'm not giving them enough credit. And then I also was on Libby looking for various books that I could maybe borrow for the weekend. So I grabbed some manga and stuff on Libby, and I was looking to see what Hoopla had. And I just started kind of watching my video that goes live tomorrow just to start making sure that everything looks okay. And it looks good to me so far. There's background noise because speaking of renovations, the apartment downstairs is being renovated, but I was like, it is what it is. It proves that I live near people. So yeah,
Nice.
you.
I'm trying to think. I started this book on sprints. I'm up to 11%
Okay.
so far. I am very intrigued by this book. I still don't quite understand the format, but the stuff that they're talking about is interesting. Like we just got to a part where the guy who I think is a professor, I don't remember what he teaches, but he's like studying time travel or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like getting into like all the sciencey stuff about like the theory behind it, which is kind of cool. Then you have this other girl who is just I think she's like an art teacher or a tour guide or something she does at the university, but her life just seems like much more like normal, and his is like very like sciencey.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how their worlds are gonna like intertwine. Like they literally just met, so I don't know where it's gonna go from here. Like I don't know if this is gonna turn into a romance, if this is gonna turn into some kind of like tragedy. Like I don't know. I think that she struggles. I think they said that she struggles with like depression and mania or something.
Mm-hmm.
And she has like medicine that she's prescribed for it. We just got to that part as well. So yeah, 10% in. That's all I know so far. So we'll see.
Ooh, I know that I don't know what you call it, like the subtitle or it said a love story, but that could be like it could be, a love story, but it's not
Right.
in that situation. Okay.
Yeah, very interested to see where this story is gonna go because these characters seem very opposite. So
Yeah.
should be good. Hopefully, we'll see. We'll see. Let's see. Lachette said, listen, I've watched maybe 3 episodes of The Vampire Diaries, so we're lucky I'm even keeping up with the names. No worries. We are very proud of you. Oops, no reading for me this time. All getting ready for bed and chatting in Discord. Yes, that is what I'm going to be doing as soon as we get off here. So I'm also going to be getting ready for bed. I think I'm going to turn on The Perfect Match because I know that dropped, I think, last Friday or something. And I'm obsessed with Netflix reality shows. It's trash TV, and I love every single show that they have. Like whether it's Selling Sunset, The Trust, Fight for Paradise, Love is Blind. Like I love all of them. They're my favorite thing to watch when I'm not reading. So yeah, The Perfect Match I think dropped last week, so I need to catch up on that.
Ooh, nice.
Reading another 25 pages of What Souls Are Made Of. Past the halfway point, that's good. And some eye-opening moments. Okay. This just got more interesting. Like this retelling might be more than just different perspectives on the same story. Okay, interesting. Yeah, you'll definitely have to keep us posted on this one and let us know once you finish it whether or not you liked it, what you rated it, and whether or not you recommend it. Oh, so maybe Courtney has read this as well. Okay.
Interesting.
Just listening to music. Hey, that's
Lovely.
also a way to kind of like chill out, zen out, relax after a long, stressful day. We love good music. So that's something good.
Yeah, especially music that you probably have already heard of a million times, and you're like, I don't have to think about this.
Yep.
Like, this isn't new.
That's why I love Netflix shows, like the reality shows, because it takes zero brain power to watch them.
Mm-hmm, exactly.
Chaos and no brain power from me.
Mm-hmm, yep.
But yeah, with that, we have reached the end. Oh, just
One
kidding.
more.
Let me hype up that my friend is going to be on the new season of 90 Day Fiance. Oh wow, that's
What?
awesome! So cool. Ooh, did you get any like inside? Like, were they able to tell you any like inside like secrets about what it's like to be on the show?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. Okay, Courtney, I want to know what you thought about this. Have you read this, Leandra?
I haven't, but I feel like I've seen a lot of people. Is it a newer title?
Yeah,
Is that why people are reading it?
I think it might be a new release, maybe. I know that I think Brittany was reading it. I don't remember if she liked it. I want to think that she liked it. But I think it's one of those books that has like the really pretty like sprayed edges and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw it I think I was in Target and I saw it and I was like, should I buy this? But I was like, I don't know. But Courtney, since you read it, what do you think? Did you like it? Was it good? Should I read it? Let me know. Okay, so it came out last month. Yeah,
Okay,
I figured
it's super new.
pretty recent of a release. And yeah, I think the first person that I saw talk about it was probably Brittany.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, I'm so tempted. It's pretty. That's why I'm like, ooh, should I get it? But I'm like, I don't know. I don't want to get it just because it's pretty and then I end up not liking it. Then I was like, well, maybe I'll read it like on Libby or something and then decide afterwards what I want to do. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Christina said, yay for finishing, Courtney. Hubby just got it for me. How did you like it? See, everybody wants to know, Courtney. Ooh, read to chapter 6. Nice. Awesome. It's interesting. I may show up because they filmed us. Ooh. Oh my gosh. This shit is going to be on TV. You have to let us know. If you end up making an appearance in one of the episodes, you have to tell us. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
So cool. It was okay. Liked but didn't love. I suggest waiting until the sequel comes out early next year and read together. See, my fear is that if I end up liking it, the pretty like sprayed edge one might be like what they did with Fourth Wing, how it's like out of stock and you can't get it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, do I get it now and then risk not liking it, or do I read it and then decide? I don't know.
I know. And then there's people who are buying it because it's a pretty book with the intention of waiting for people to need it so then they can sell it for so much.
Yep.
People were selling Fourth Wing for like $50, $100, and I was like, you meanies. Like, people just want to love their books. Like, why are you doing this? So yeah.
But yeah, haven't decided what I'm gonna do about that. I also saw that I had 2 other books that were supposed to be new releases that were coming out, and both of the published dates got pushed back. I think one got pushed back to October maybe, and then the other one got pushed back to December. See if I can figure out what books it was, because I got an email from Barnes & Noble. Let's see.
Well, when that happened, so that happened to me because I had pre-ordered the 3rd book in the Little Thieves. So Little Thieves Painted Devils. And I remember I pre-ordered it and they were like, okay, it was supposed to come out in August this year. And now it's been moved to 2025. And I'm like, okay, I guess.
Yep. So Bloodguard by C.C. Robson was supposed to have come out. And now they're saying that it's not coming out until October. And then what was the other one? There was another one. Is it this one? No, that's not it. I don't know where the other one is, but there's definitely another one because the other one got pushed back to I think December.
Yeah, I have a nonfiction that I've kind of been waiting on.
Maybe it's this one. Oh yeah, the last one by Rachel Housel Hall. That got pushed back to December.
Okay. Yeah, I should probably look into this because I think I ordered and it should be here. Unless you know what annoys me sometimes is I look it up and it shows me the pub date, but not in our country. Like like because I know it was published more recently in the UK, and I know that in the US we had a later public date, but the book I'm looking at is oh my gosh, I've got so many tabs open. Subhadra Das. She wrote, it's called Uncivilized: 10 Lies That Made the West. And like she's been on the podcast. She was talking about, she's what's it called? I feel like it's too late at night, so I can't remember the name. I'm gonna look her up. She's a historian. Oh, but she's also, so she's a historian, and she's an expert in like eugenics. Like she talks about that. And so we had her on the podcast, and they talked about it in like detective fiction, and the issues of removing certain problematic content from classics, and whether you should or you shouldn't, what's the right way to do it, and everything. And it was really fascinating. And I was like, I might be in love with her. So I ended up pre-ordering her book, but I'm wondering if it also has been pushed back, because I feel like I should see it by now, and it's not here. So I'm gonna very casually log into my bookshop.org to see where it is. No.
Let's see. Christina said that she got the nice, pretty copy. I love that for you. I might go to Target maybe this weekend and see if they still have any of the pretty ones on the shelf. If they still have it, then I might go ahead and get it. But if they don't have it, then it's a sign that I don't need it. Thanks for hosting tonight. Enjoy the rest of your evening. You too. How did kiddo do on math, Christina? It sounds more like a book he would like than I would, but the spray edges will look very cool on my shelf, and I'm good. Yeah, that's why I wanted it, because I'm just like, ooh, I like the way the book looks, and even like the naked hardback is also pretty nice looking. I was very tempted to get it, but I hear the spice is not spicy. Maybe it'll be good for my son. Maybe. Yeah, another reason I don't normally read new releases. Fair, that's fair. Not as good as he should have, but he passed and finished the rest of the exams today. Nice. So after tomorrow, school's out for the summer. I do love that song. Congrats to him. Thanks for the Spencer. You're welcome, Lachette. Target is buy one, get one half off right now. Kayla, you shouldn't have told me that.
Tempting you.
He got it. Oh, maybe I was at Walmart. I could have been at Walmart, because we did go to Walmart like two or three times actually while we were in Georgia. The first time we went, I think we went to go get like food. The second time we went, I think I went to go get a clipboard. And then I think we went back again. I don't actually know why we went. Oh, we needed like water bottles or something the third time. So yeah, I went to Walmart quite a few times this past weekend. So yeah, it could have been Walmart where I saw it. So yeah, we'll see. Yeah, sun coming through. Yeah, that's awesome. Glad that the exams are over. That's wonderful. Congrats to him. I'm sure he's very happy that it's all over now. Yeah. I just like to share my knowledge. Your knowledge is dangerous. There's a queer romance, and sexiness, but deaf closed door spice. See, I like closed door. I sometimes even prefer closed door. So that is not a deterrent for me.
Yeah, especially because I will say I mainly consume my romances through audio. And so when it's not closed door, sometimes it's like, oh, all right, this is enough.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Yep, thanks for all the encouragement for him. Yeah, absolutely. And with that, we have reached the end of the sprints. Do you have anything coming up that you want to plug? Anything going on? We have Danny's sneak peek of week 2 coming up on Sunday. And then all the actual videos for week 2, I think, come out next Tuesday. Do you have anything that's happening on your channel between now and then?
Well, I have a video coming out tomorrow, and that is, the title is like, is 2024 a good publication year, like a good publishing year? I basically go through all of the books that I've read that have come out in 2024, and I kind of say like, were they good or weren't they? So because we're doing the whole mid-year check-in stuff, as we said, and then obviously there's Face Off weekend. So anyone who's here, there will be 48 hours straight of sprinting across various people's channels. I have a 4-year. Oh my gosh, I have a 4-hour slot, so I will be on in my channel for 4 hours Saturday at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But yeah, like sprints galore. Like if you need to get stuff done, like come join the fun. I did not mean to rhyme, but I did.
Love that. Let's say, yeah, don't do romance on audio for that very reason.
Yeah, it makes it, you realize how cringy it is sometimes.
You're welcome. All right. I don't have anything coming up between now and Tuesday when the next video goes up for Battle of Booktubers. That is the next video that I have coming up. I have stuff that I need to edit, but in terms of what is actually coming out, I will see you guys on Tuesday. And then obviously I will see you guys next Wednesday for the next Wind Down Wednesday. Leandra's a poet.
Yeah, I am.
But yeah, with that, I will see you guys somewhere else on the internet. Have a wonderful evening and good night.